building is infectious.
We are so excited for day two's action.
To be amongst champions.
Let's get ready to go racing.
It's a 1-point game.
Well done. What a swim.
Taking out the gold.
This is going to be a great race.
What a play there.
They won't stop him.
Huge defensive play there.
He is going for it here. Can he hang on here? The world record.
One of those remarkable races. Listen to this crowd.
What a swim this is.
Just extraordinary.
It's going to go right down to the wire, stroke for stroke.
This is going to be close. By a whisker down to the touch he does.
Last couple of strokes. Who's going to get a touch?
Get on your feet, Brisbane. Let's make some noise. Can we see a world record in this one?
Good morning, folks. Welcome to the table tennis for day 2 at the Virtus Oceania Asia Games here in Brisbane. Starting this morning, we're going to have our semi-finals for the women, followed by the semi-finals for the men, followed by the finals, the gold medal round. After the short break, we'll then fall into just starting with the doubles, where the women have won a large round-robin group, and the men's doubles has a knockout, and we've got a knockout starting for the mixed doubles as well. So for our first match today, we have Jingxuan Li from Chinese Taipei and Hutong Li from Hong Kong. And both of these ladies have had really great runs leading up to this, both having to fight through some tough battles, some 5-set matches, ready to play off for a medal. Just going through our compulsory 2-minute warm-up now, and soon to start with the serve. In the corresponding semi-final on the table next to us, not on the stream, however I will provide some details as the match goes on, we have an all-Japanese semi-final with Mia Yamaguchi up against Ayumi Kawasaki. The winner of both of these matches will be playing off in the gold medal match. Lee from Chinese Taipei will be serving in the first, third and fifth sets first. And Lee from Hong Kong serving first in the second and fourth, and a strong start. Both players really seeking to take the attack as early as possible. And a half long distance serve. Opening up down the middle, just out of reach on the forehand side from the Hong Kong player, leading 2-1. And Lee from Chinese Taipei taking the initiative in that point, opening up a little bit earlier, causing a little bit of pressure on her Hong Kong opponent. Fast long serve to the middle, needing to have a quick follow-up on the backhand. That requires preparation and getting the bat ready as early as possible. And quick change over there for the Chinese Taipei player, changing from backhand to forehand from the middle and successfully moving the ball out wide against her opponent. Good point, 3-all. Strong serve from the Hong Kong player, however unable to open up on her opportunity there, catching the edge of the racket. 2-point lead now for Lee from Chinese Taipei. And that was the backhand topspin she was looking for in the previous points. Getting a hold of it this time. That ball kicking forward. And Lee from Chinese Taipei not able to pick that one up. And this time mixing up with some topspin serve into the backhand. Lee doing a slight misread and sending it off the end. 2-point difference now. And converts on her first service attempt. She needs one more to bring the scores back level. Six points all, now back on serve. Two very strong service points there from the Hong Kong player. And Lee from Hong Kong taking the service receive with the backhand from the forehand side, covering the next ball out to forehand, but a Chinese Taipei player continually moving a corner to corner to take the lead, 7-6. Another fast serve out the back and sitting waiting for that forehand attack from the middle of the table, hitting the ball back out wide into the forehand corner of the Hong Kong player. 6-8, still on serve, however. And again, finding success with that ball out wide, Lee from Chinese Taipei. Forcing the error there off the back end, coming back into the 2-point difference. However, Lee from Chinese Taipei holds the serve with a 2-point advantage. Looking to move corner to corner again, however, this time taking the backhand, not getting over at the top of the ball with as much topspin as those previous shots. 9-8 now. And again, not quite controlling that topspin return from the Hong Kong player. Two very nice receives there. Well positioned and putting pressure on our Chinese Taipei opponent. 9-all. And great control from the middle of the table there for Lee from Hong Kong. That ball catching the net on the way through, but she's still able to pick it up. 10-9 with the game point now. And the short backspin serve, trying to set herself up for that forehand topspin. A little bit tentative on that ball, not quite making it over the side, over that net. 10 points each now. We're into a juice game, so one serve each until the players win by 2 points. Seeking that backhand topspin from wide. Again, not able to get over the top of that ball with topspin, sending it just long off the end of the table. Strong conversion there for a Chinese Taipei player. Very nice attack, moving corner to corner, really putting pressure on a Hong Kong opponent to take that game in juice, 12-10 in the 5th set. Both of these players in deep discussion with their coaches, talking about the tactics and potential moves they're going to make in this next set. Hong Kong players needing to make a few adjustments, making sure she can get on top in this game early. And of course, our Chinese Taipei player Really looking forward to consolidate after taking that first set. And a well-disguised topspin serve to the middle there. Lee from Chinese Taipei attempting to push that one back and flying off the top of the racket. And a little more control again there from the Hong Kong player, playing that ball short into the middle, forcing Lee from Chinese Taipei to come forward on her backhand, making it a little more difficult and forcing the error. First 2 service points to Hong Kong. Again, Lee from Chinese Taipei, just like in the first set, using her speed of shot to her advantage, continually peppering the middle of our Hong Kong player. And that backhand topspin really needing to lift up that little bit higher. Strong pressure from the Chinese Taipei player now, 2-all. A little bit of assistance from the net there on the open up. Very heavy backspin serve from the backhand side of the Hong Kong player. Lee was ready for that one and ready to attack on that ball that sat up on the fourth. Holy moly, not the right time to do a fault at all, guys. Sometimes the pressure can happen, though, in these kind of matches. Thinking too hard about the serve you want to do. And Lee from Hong Kong composes herself. And is still not quite able to convert that point. Needing to stay calm, composed, and ready for the next point. And that backhand topspin this time working for her. Every time she's been able to get that one on the table, she's been able to control the point there, Lee from Hong Kong, opening up into the forehand this time. And this time, Lee from Chinese Taipei was sitting, waiting for that backhand open up into her backhand, counter hitting back into the middle. Very strong position shot. And that flat hitting to the elbow of Lee from Hong Kong is proving to be very difficult to handle. Needing to create more topspin, get her back low and get in position so she can handle the pace of that shot coming back. 4-point advantage to Lee from Chinese Taipei now. And strong forehand open to the Hong Kong player. Moving that ball wide and off the side of the table, forcing Lee from Chinese Taipei to keep moving. Continual pressure from Lee from Chinese Taipei there. Hong Kong player, 4 points down, however holding the serve. Some work to do in this second set. And this time preparing early on her counter hit from the backhand side from those fast shots from the Chinese Taipei player. Lee from Hong Kong countering back and forcing the error. 5-8. There's a backspin serve, push back heavily. And again needing to lift that ball up a little bit more off the forehand side. 9 points to 5. Lee looking for her favourite shot there, the forehand attack. Just missing off the side of that table there. Setting herself up nicely. Needing to control that ball, however. 9-6. And strong countering backhand there from Lee from Hong Kong. Great control there, bringing herself back in the game, having the serve at 7-9. 2 crucial points. And that heavy backspin again causing issues for our Hong Kong player from Lee. Chinese Taipei really getting a hold of that spin there. 3 game points. This time going for the push off the backhand. Oh, getting a hold of her open up. But Lee from Chinese Taipei was waiting right there for the counter hit and takes that set 11-7 with a very strong forehand. 2 sets down now to the Hong Kong player. Some tactical and strategic changes required in order for her to play her absolute best game. 3 games to win the match, and she is 2 games behind right now. And time being called by the umpires for both of those players in deep discussion, fully focused on containing their match. By way of update, our all-Japanese semi-final on the other court is locked up, 1 set apiece and 5 points all in the 3rd set. A real battle going on table 2 over there. And Lee from Chinese Taipei takes the aggressive point right from the start there. Strong receiver serve, little bit of help from the net. Ready to go straight away. 1-love. And strong open up off the serve on the 3rd ball from Lee from Chinese Taipei, forcing the error, coming off back off the net from the Hong Kong player. Love 2 now. And not containing that forehand, and we're seeing a timeout here. Timeout called by the Hong Kong team. Needing to really regroup and get herself back together at love 3 down. Short backspin serve into the middle, containing the ball, this backspin, keeping the ball as low as possible there, really forcing the error there from the Chinese Taipei player. Very patient there from our Hong Kong player. Getting herself back in this match now, 3-1. Strong counter bring backhand there from our Hong Kong player. Beautiful control back into the elbow, making it very difficult for that next ball, which went straight into the middle of the net. Strong backspin again from Lee, forcing the error on the forehand side from our Hong Kong player. Tactically may need to look at pushing that ball a little more often off the forehand side and waiting for that longer ball. And that's better. Good control with the push on the forehand there into the backhand of Lee from Chinese Taipei to give her that point. 3-4 now. This time the patience pays off, again peppering that backhand of the Chinese Taipei player, using her backspin and patience to win and keep herself in the set now from love 3 to 4 all. And a surprise serve from Lee from Chinese Taipei, surprising everybody, going fast and wide to the forehand. I don't think anybody in the stadium was ready for a serve like that. An ace. 4-6 now. Trying to use that backspin into the backhand side there against Lee from Chinese Taipei, but going a little too wide. Missing that side of the table. Needing a little more control. 4-7 down now. And the tactical change is evident here. So much more backspin used. Opening up on that right ball. Very patient and controlled there from our Hong Kong player. Enough topspin on that open up to send that ball wide long as well. 7-5 with the serve for Chinese Taipei. And a topspin serve kicking into the backhand of the Hong Kong player. Clipping the net and slightly falling off the back end of the table. 8-5. And that forehand topspin working for her after a lot of hard work there. Getting that little bit of extra spin, sending out wide to the forehand. Serving at 6-8 down. 2 good serves required. Oh, holy moly, with a little bit of assistance from the net. That one's gone over, and she's got herself back in it again. 7-8. Patience is the name of the game in this third set. Our Hong Kong players' change of tactics to continue pushing and force the error from Lee, seeming to pay off after her timeout. Slow topspin, followed by a counter into the elbow, forcing the error again from our Chinese Taipei player. This game all tied up at 8 all. Lee from Hong Kong really seeking to keep herself composed, calm, and in the moment. 8 all. Going for that fast serve out to the forehand, however that ball not quite as deep as she needed. Giving Lee from Hong Kong an opportunity to open up and forcing the error now. Down in this game for the first time, 8-9. Going fast into the backhand this time rather than her staple backspin serve. Trying to use her pace to her advantage, however. Lee from Hong Kong is wired and she is ready to play. 10-8, 2 set points. 2 game points, I should say. Going for a little bit extra on that backhand push when she's holding the serve. She does have another game point up her sleeve. Smart serve is required to get herself back in this one. And Lee using her fast backhand to control the point again. Forcing the issue into the elbow of our Hong Kong player. Controlling those 2 set points now. Back to 10 all. Juice game, 1 serve each. And the ball just clipping the net on the way through there. Idea was strong from Lee from Chinese Taipei, trying to hit it out wide to the forehand of the Hong Kong player. Another game point here. Using her backspin and patience, opening up into the middle. Fast attacks, middle to middle. And Lee from Chinese Taipei controls and wins that rally. The last ball sailing off the end of the table. We're back at juice again, 11 points all. Trying a short and wide serve there. Something a little bit different. However, Lee from Hong Kong was sitting, waiting for that ball, moved it into the forehand of the Chinese Taipei player and forced the error. Another game point. Can she convert on her fourth opportunity? She can. That strong forehand topspin she's been looking for this whole time. Finding the table and getting herself back in the match now. Taking the third set, 13-11. Now it's 2-1 to Lee from Chinese Taipei, heading into the fourth set. And our second semi-final has now concluded on the table too, with the number 1 seed Yamaguchi winning over her compatriot Kawasaki from Japan. Ready to play the winner of the match currently being watched on table 1 in our final later today. With Lee serving first in this fourth set, she'll be really keen on getting a fast start. And that celebration is a direct reflection of how important this game is to her. 1-0 now. Backspin serve. Looking for that forehand open up again that caused damage towards the end of that set. Again, the ball just floating off the top of the net there to tie things up at 1 point apiece. And Lee from Chinese Taipei really employing her favourite shot, the forehand counter hit into the middle of Lee from Hong Kong. Great anticipation on that ball. Fast serve to backhand, followed up with a fast serve. Fast backhand into the body for Lee. Our Chinese Taipei player playing 2 very strong service points in that moment. Taking the lead, 3-1. However, Lee from Hong Kong holding the serve. Push control and backspin control, again doing very much all the work there. Forcing the error, sending the ball out long, 2-3. And the net just dropping that one over, but Lee keeping her composure, looking for that forehand topspin, recognising that speed is not as important as spin in this moment in time. Her other player at the other side of the court is going for speed. So she's needing to really make some changes. And strong forehand open for our Hong Kong player, getting herself back into this set now. Things are back on serve at 4 points apiece, with Lee from Hong Kong to take the serve. Backhand and backspin control. They're doing all the work there for Lee from Hong Kong, tying things up at 5 points apiece. Both players really searching for their opportunity to open up on that ball, looking for something high, looking for something within reach, generally off the forehand side, just like that. And the counter hitting rally going the way of the Hong Kong player this time. Little slower again with that top spin into the middle. The kick causing difficulty to Lee from Chinese Taipei, skipping away from the body and just falling off the top edge of the bat. And our Hong Kong player really containing things ever since that timeout, using backspin to get herself back in every point, now taking the lead 8-5. And a little too early on that backhand, sending it long. Chinese Taipei player now trying to work herself back in, holding the serve, but 6-8 down. Fast serve wide to the backhand there of Lee from Hong Kong, followed up by a very deep forehand attack to the middle. That is our Chinese Taipei player's absolute specialty combination. Right there. Very strong counter hit there, noting that her player had an absolute specialty shot to the middle. She was sitting there waiting, moved the forehand out wide, and really got over the top in that point. 2 points ahead with the serve, 9-7. And Lee from Chinese Taipei really needing to open up on that shot. Trying to take the initiative. Whoever's taking the initiative early enough, if possible, is winning these points. 9-8. Crucial point here. Looking for an opportunity to open up, but just not getting underneath the ball to get that bit of top spin to bring the ball down. Chinese Taipei player has the serve. 8-10 down, however, with 2 game points to the Hong Kong player. And that 1-2 combination, fast serve to backhand, hitting up to forehand, working very nicely again for our Chinese Taipei player. Lee from Hong Kong needs to be prepared for that combination at this point. With a little bit of assistance from there on game point, takes it in another 1-11-9 and takes the game to a decider. We are now moving into the 5th set here for this women's semi-final here, folks, with that game going to 11-9. And in that 5th set, the players will change. Once one player has reached 5 points, they will change sides. And a beautifully constructed point there from the Hong Kong player, forcing the error off the ball from the forehand, hitting the top of the net and flying out. Fast serve to middle, out wide to backhand, then out wide to forehand. And not getting a hold of that shorter ball, sending it down. A Hong Kong player now taking a 2-point lead and holding the serve. Strong play from the Hong Kong player there on that third point. And scores are at 3-0 to the Hong Kong player lead. The Chinese Thai player team has now called their timeout in the fifth set at 3-love down. Now at 3-love down, the Hong Kong player called her timeout at 2 games to love down and has come back successfully so far. Will we see the same thing from our Chinese Taipei player? A high tension moment, but our Hong Kong player keeping her sense of levity about her at 3-love. Heavy backspin serve to backhand. Looking to engage in that push rally and forcing the topspin into the net with a very heavy backspin push. Sticking to her plan that had worked her up until this point. Lee from Chinese Taipei. What serve is she going to bring out at this point in time? Fast to backhand and then out to forehand immediately. That's the combination that works for her. Going from one corner to the other corner. Moving the Hong Kong player around. Bringing herself back in the game now. 1 point to 4. And deep into the backhand corner this time. Not able to get over the top of that ball. 4 points to 2 now with the serve. Beautiful open up off the backhand from Lee from Chinese Taipei, followed by the counter hit from the forehand, keeping herself in this set and this match. 4-3, Hong Kong player to serve. Strong backspin serve, pushing it as low as she can. Opening up a little bit shorter this time around. Taking control of this set at the change of ends. 5-3 to the Hong Kong player. Three 5 now. Faster backhand, very wide, containing that return and playing it very deep into the table there and forcing the error from the Chinese Taipei player. Is she going to go for another fast serve out here and try and play this point quickly? Or we're going to see the backspin serve come out again. And the backspin serve has come out, engaging in the push-to-push rally, opening up. But Lee from Chinese Taipei sitting, waiting and ready for that next ball. This game is still anyone's at the moment. 6-4 to Lee from Hong Kong. And very strong open up into the middle and the elbow by Lee from Chinese Taipei. This has continually won her points throughout this entire match, keeping her in the match 6-5 now. Pushing deep into the backhand side. And if she goes a little bit short, Lee from Chinese Taipei gets the open. But Lee from Hong Kong sitting there waiting for it, counter hitting back to the middle and keeping her 2 point lead. 5-7 now. And beautiful side-to-side play there by Lee from Chinese Taipei. Moving her opponent all over the court. Lee from Hong Kong, valiant in her loss in that set. Just not able to get a hold of that final ball. We're opening up into the middle. Our Hong Kong player using that extra spin and forcing the error from the Chinese Taipei player. Holding the serve with a 2-point lead, 8 points to 6. Both players waiting for that opportunity to open. And Lee swinging just that little bit too early on that ball, sending it long off the end of the table. 9-6 now. Again, looking to open up off her backhand wing. Looking to use her topspin. 4 match points now for the comeback girl Lee from Hong Kong as she composes herself and prepares for the next point. 6-10. And Chinese Taipei player keeping her resolve, holding her serve on her first service point there, 7-10. And the 1-2 combination that has worked so nicely for her in this entire match. Fast backhand serve, backhand serve, and then backhand back out wide to the forehand of the Hong Kong player. Another 2 set match points, 10-8 now. Both players have used their timeouts. And that's it. That's over with that long forehand there. Lee from Hong Kong has succeeded in coming back from 2 sets to love and 3 love down in the 3rd set to win in the 5th set, 11 points to 8. And an absolutely miraculous comeback. And understandably so. She is delighted, and Lee from Chinese Taipei, consequently devastated. However, valiant in her defeat. A very high quality match from both players, and both players should be extremely proud of their efforts. Lee from Chinese Taipei still able to walk away with a bronze medal after that loss. She has earned her position in the top echelon of the sport. Stay tuned now for our men's semi-final coming up shortly. And players getting ready for their warm-up for our men's semi-final. We have Poyen Chen from Chinese Taipei against Shunta Yamamoto from Japan. On the table next to us, currently underway, we have Muhammad Alfigo Dwiputra from Indonesia against Hajime Hara from Japan, with Hara currently taking the lead. After a very exciting women's semi-final, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the men can do. Following this semi-final will be the women's final between Hyutong Lee from Hong Kong and Ayumi Kawasaki from Japan, with the men's final being the winner of the two matches currently shown. Yamamoto from Japan taking the first point. Both players needing to keep their nerves contained and focus strong. And Chen forcing the arrow deep into the backhand corner there. Yamamoto really getting ready with his feet. And that push from Chen going a little bit long, however, keeping that ball nice and low meant that Yamamoto was not able to get over the top of it. 2-1 now. Very heavy backspin serve. Yamamoto was ready for that extra level of spin, however, spinning hard with his topspin forehand, coming off the top edge of the bat of Chen from Chinese Taipei, forcing the error again, 2 points each. And strong backhand open up there from Chen from Chinese Taipei. Moving the ball wide to Yamamoto's forehand and forcing an error there. Yamamoto needs to make sure he stays on his feet. Moving very, very quickly there. 2-3 for the left-hander. And this time again, moving that ball wide into the forehander Yamamoto. Hitting the ball in front of him. Sending the ball off the top of the net. Just not quite waiting for that ball and enabling himself to spin it back on. And strong defensive pressure there from Chen, pushing that ball hard and deep into the backhand corner of Yamamoto, forcing him to try and topspin a ball. It was very difficult. 5-2 now. And taking a hold of that backhand opening up. Chen only just missing the table with his defensive shot there, however. The number one seed, very dangerous, Chen from Chinese Taipei. 3-5, but with the serve. Fast topspin, side spin serve, moving away from the body for Chen. However, his strong footwork enabling him to topspin over the front of that ball and control the pointer from the receiver serve now. 3-6. Again, that backhand flick really deep into the corner of Yamamoto, the left-handed player. That ball very difficult to control on his return, needing to lift up with topspin to get that one back. A 4-point advantage now for the number one seed. His backhand open, working nicely for him, Yamamoto. However, his changeover not quite quick enough. Not getting there in time for the ball to topspin back over. Chen seeking to keep his focus and concentration. Thinking about the next point. 8-3. Heavy backspin into the backhand. Yamamoto stepping around with his forehand to topspin that first ball on. However, Chen waiting, blocking it nicely into the forehand side and forcing the error. Consistent pressure from the Chinese Taipei player, causing a lot of difficulty for Yamamoto from Japan. Again with that backhand return of serve, flick. Fast, not 100% of a shot, but well angled and put in a position where Yamamoto was forced to make an error. 3-10 now. And this time around, Yamamoto hitting the ball at the right time, getting enough topspin to push Chen back away from the table and winning the point on defense. And Chen takes the first set 11-4 with a very nice short backspin serve, tipping the net for Yamamoto, but not quite making it all the way over. By way of update, our second men's semi-final has been won by Hara from Japan. So we will be seeing him later on today in the final against the winner of this match. Yamamoto making the absolute maximum of a lot of time in the corner with his coach. Looking for some of that wisdom to bring himself back into the game. Chen's been dominating with his serve recently in these few points. Yeah. Oh, and there is a spot of sweat on the table. We don't want the ball to hit that spot of sweat. It would totally disturb the flight of the ball. Umpires coming out to clear things up and get our players ready for the point. And strong corner-to-corner control there from Chen off his serve. Yamamoto was ready for the receiver's serve. However, Chen was very quick on his shots, hitting the ball on the rise and moving the left-handed Japanese player corner-to-corner. Surprising Chen there with a faster serve into the backhand side. He was prepared for the block out wide there as well, looking to topspin as early as possible in the point, take control and push the Chinese Taipei player back off the table. And using his legs and body to really generate maximum topspin there with his forehand. That high level of topspin meant that Chen had to absorb his blocks, place them very carefully when he was counter-hitting. Didn't quite give him an opportunity to counter-attack. Bringing that game back to 2 points each now. A heavy topspin open up there from Chen. Yamamoto not able to control that ball and placing it into the net. Chen trying the forehand serve there from wide and trying to position himself again. Yamamoto sitting there ready and looking to topspin high and strong as soon as he possibly can. And Chen keeping that ball low at every possible opportunity there, forcing Yamamoto to get right down on these balls. 3-4, but with the serve. And that ball just tipping the edge on the way through, giving Chen from Chinese Taipei a bit of a lucky point there. Now looking to receive the serve, Yamamoto 2 points behind. Again, those counter top spins from the Chinese Taipei player, forcing an error from Yamamoto. Needing to get down, spin hard, and move very quickly with the pace of ball coming from the Chinese Taipei player. There's another example of low, heavy topspin. Yamamoto needing to get himself back in the game now. 3 points to 7. Beautiful attack there from Yamamoto, patiently waiting for that higher ball to come over and changing his direction at the last second. That meant that Chen was not able to get wide enough to counter that ball back. 4-7, fighting his way back here. Beautiful backhand flick over the top of the table there. Anticipating the bounce of that serve, flicking it out wide into the backhand corner of Yamamoto. Just blatantly unreachable, really. And Yamamoto using his speed to try and push that ball back to the middle of Chen and force the error. Chen's been very quick up until now, but not quite recovering quickly enough to get that point back on. 8-5, still with a considerable advantage in this set. And strong, heavy topspin, side spin into the backhand corner for Yamamoto. Again, misjudging the kick off that ball and having it move past him on the backhand side. Still 4 points behind, but holding the serve at 5-9. Wanting to take control of this point as early as possible. And move the Chinese Taipei player around himself rather than being forced, such as in moments like that. That forehand attack is very strong. 5 set points now for Chen from Chinese Taipei. And a forehand topspin down the line this time from Chen. Very heavy level of control, forcing another error from Yamamoto and taking the set 11 points to 5. 2 sets to love down here for our Japanese player. Some changes are going to be required. Looking to get aggressive early in the point there. However, that ball falling off the top edge very slightly. Chen in complete control off the receiver serve there, flicking with his backhand wide into the forehand of Yamamoto to take the point. Looking very comfortable, the number 1 seed. And topspin serve followed by a flat hit on the high topspin return. He was prepared for that shot, prepared early. And for the 3rd time out of 3 possible attempts, at 3 love down in the 3rd set, we have another timeout called. Yamamoto from Japan. Can he do a comeback just like the Hong Kong player from the previous match did at 3 love and 2 sets down? Three love down. Mental refresh for the Japanese player, seeking to get himself back into this match. And Chen dominating again, that wide backspin serve into the backhand there, causing significant difficulty there for Yamamoto. Love 4. Psyching himself up and preparing to attack. And a strong serve to the middle. Chen going for that deep forehand corner, however, not quite converting on the shot, giving Yamamoto his chance. 1-4 now. And the quick forehand attack there working very nicely for him. Stepping around from the middle of the table and attacking as soon as he possibly could, bringing himself back in the set now. 4 points to 2 for Chen from Chinese Taipei. Dominating again with that serve, Chen. Yamamoto having a lot of difficulty with the variation in serve. Chen holding strong deception with his serve, only changing his motion at the last second. This time going for a short backspin serve to the forehand side. Two points to 6 now, 4-point difference. And a strong serve, strong attack there for an aggressive backspin serve from Yamamoto. 1 more point required to get himself closer into this match. Every point is going to make a difference at this stage of the game. Four-point advantage to Chen now. Short back. A little bit of help from the net. Yamamoto didn't really need that extra help. Chen now with a 5-point advantage and a 2-set advantage. Looking very comfortable leading into the last few points. Short backspin serve to forehand, followed by a heavy topspin open up into the body of Yamamoto. Now giving a 6-point difference. Yamamoto with a lot of work to do here to come back. However, nothing is impossible. We've seen stranger things. And point one of his 6-point comeback there, ready. Good serve, no spin to the middle. Chen just popping that ball up and sending it back off the end. And really moving his forehand around in that middle transition stage just to keep that ball alive. That one extra shot was all he really needed. Still 4 points behind, however. And Chen having won basically every point on his serve in this set. A lot of work to do here for Yamamoto. Crucial point. Heavy topspin open up. However, Chen was sitting waiting for the block. And gently caressed that ball back over, forcing the error from Yamamoto. We have 5 match points to Chen from Chinese Taipei now. And a dominant display there from our number 1 seed and Chinese Taipei player, Poyan Chen, winning over Shunta Yamamoto 3 games to love. He will meet his compatriot Hajime Hara from Japan in an all-Japanese men's singles semi-final, following after the women's singles final very shortly. Our women's singles final we will see coming up in a few minutes between Ayumi Kawasaki from Japan and Hutong Lee from Hong Kong. And as our players warm up for the women's final at the conclusion of our singles event, we have Hugh Tung Lee from Hong Kong, after a very long 5-set match previously and coming back from 2 sets to love down, up against the number 1 seed from Japan, Miyu Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi is a defensive player who will chop and send the ball back with backspin on a regular basis. She's been causing all kinds of difficulties for her opponents up until this point. She was challenged in her semi-final, however has shown dominant displays in the lead up to this final. Conversely, Hugh Tung Lee has been wrestling her way through multiple 5-set battles, all kinds of different quality matches, in her way through to the final. And a strong first point from both players. Lee from Hong Kong taking the serve in the first, third and 5th sets. Yamaguchi will win the 2nd and 4th. Looking to create topspin as soon as possible. And catching the back edge early in the match. 1 point apiece now. Yamaguchi having a bright green rubber there, the green rubber being smooth and inverted, and the black rubber being a pimpled rubber. Yamaguchi will twiddle that rubber and spin it around in her hand, using the pimpled rubber to reverse the spin and the smooth rubber to create spin itself. A very complicated way to play the game. However, when done correctly, can create what we're seeing here, which is an impenetrable wall of defense. Lee from Hong Kong needing steady attacking, controlled aggression to take down her opponent today. And that push there from Yamaguchi deep into the forehand corner of Lee, causing a lot of difficulty there. A heavy backspin, needing a lot of work to get back over. And again going with heavy backspin into the body of Lee. 6 point advantage here now, 7 points to 1. Lee thinking about changing up her serve to get herself back in this set. And a little bit of assistance from the net, getting herself a 2nd point there. And we might not see too many attacks from Yamaguchi, but when the ball does come up higher, she is inclined to hit that ball straight through the player. It's going to be fast and flat, so it can be difficult to return those attacks. That encourages players who are against defensive players to not play too easily or too safely when the defensive player is sitting there waiting to counter-attack. And heavy spin being a real weapon here for Yamaguchi, causing a lot of grief for Lee from Hong Kong. Those heavy backspin balls struggling to get up past the middle of the net. And again, that flat hit on the high ball, even with the net, that was still a successful shot, causing difficulty for Lee from Hong Kong. 3-10 now. And that variation between backspin and topspin, making the game very difficult for the Hong Kong opponent, and some adjustments are going to be required. We know she has made adjustments in the past after being 2-love down in her semi-final. Let's see if she can make some changes at this point and bring herself back against the number 1 seed in the gold medal match. Second set to commence here with Yamaguchi to take the serve. Looking to see some steady play come across the table from the Hong Kong player in order to contain the steadfast defence of Yamaguchi from Japan. Forcing the error deep onto the backhand side. Lee looking to counter it with a good topspin ball. Just not able to contain the sheer level of spin coming back at her. And a little bit of assistance from the net carries that one back over again. 1 point apiece now. And we could see from this angle here in the commentary box how heavy the backspin coming back from Yamaguchi there is. A lot of topspin required to return that one back over. Or conversely, just like she did just then, seeking to push those heavier balls and wait for her opportunity to attack. With the steadfast defence there from Yamaguchi, her attacks just need to not miss the table. And that attacking on that high ball, another reminder there for Lee to not be too relaxed in her defence there against Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi will attack those balls that sit up for her. Lee really looking for these opportunities to attack and counter Yamaguchi's strong defensive play. However, Yamaguchi completely impenetrable at this point in time. And that ball missing the corner by an absolute sliver. Yamaguchi now 6 points ahead. Steadfast defence. And that's defensive game from Yamaguchi, causing constant pressure on Lee here now. Even over the course of these longer points, Yamaguchi not giving up her ground. And a well-placed forehand chop into the forehand there of Lee. Completely opening up this game now, 10 points to 1. Holy moly, what a point to finish the set. Lee must feel like there's not very much that she can do when Yamaguchi is so strong in defence and so consistent in her attack. Lee needed to do consistent points, playing corner to corner, hitting top spins more than she's been able to up until this point. Yamaguchi immediately taking the lead in that first set with her control. Spinny ball out wide to the forehand. Lee really looking to open up with her backhand there, but getting caught by the spin of that ball, needing to move sideways and not able to recover. 2-love to the number 1 seed now, in a commanding position in this third women's final. 3-love. And for the 4th possible time, we have seen a 3-love timeout so far today. This seems to be the score. At 2 sets to love down and 3-love. In every match so far today, a player has called a timeout. Let's see if this can prove successful for Lee. She came back from 2-love and 3-love down in the previous match. But a lot of work to do here against Yamaguchi from Japan. Calm and refocus on the face of the Hong Kong player. And a strong serve from the Japanese number 1 to combat that timeout from the Yamaguchi from Japan. Now love 4 down. And peppering the middle and the elbow there of Lee. Yamaguchi's defense, again impenetrable, unable to get through. And an unusual error from the Japanese side. One of the first times so far we've seen her make a mistake off the forehand. Could we be seeing a little bit of the nerves coming out? Another second mistake there, and Lee showing great composure to continually topspin and force the error from Yamaguchi. It's the first time we've seen that happen so far this match. Could we see a comeback on our hands here? That ball goes around the net. And Yamaguchi is not even remotely flustered by this kind of strong play from the other side of the table. 6 points to 2. Her steadfast defence, completely impenetrable. And a rushed forehand there from Lee after consistent pressure for Yamaguchi. She'd been hitting her top spins very strongly over the last few points. However, Yamaguchi placing those balls deep into the forehand of Lee. Lee playing with a little bit of extra topspin. Rather than backspin chopping that ball, Yamaguchi tried to send that ball up high and just sent it off the top edge of her bat. 3-7. And into the elbow again, forcing an error off the backhand side of Lee. Yamaguchi's placement absolutely spot on. And that is absolutely the point of the match at this point in time. Heavy, consistent top spins from both wings for Lee from Japan, overcoming the impenetrable defense, the Great Wall of Japan, Yamaguchi. And backspin pressure into the back end again, forcing the error, 9 points to 4. And that forehand chop, too strong again. Now with 6 championship points to Yamaguchi from Japan. And she does it. Consistent, heavy backspin play. Well done to the champion, Yamaguchi from Japan. Gracious in victory. And Lee gracious in defeat. Showing tremendous fight on her way into this gold medal match and final. And a well-deserved finalist and winner. Congratulations to our champions. And welcome to our men's singles final today. We have Chen from Chinese Taipei against Hara from Japan. Both players having worked hard to make their way into this final. Hara is what we would call a modern defensive style player, using pimples on one side, smooth on the other, stepping back from the table, counter-attacking from away from the table, but also seeking to use his forehand and attack at every opportunity. Chen is a strong two-winged attacking player, hitting the ball low and fast, taking the time away from his opponent. We have two opposing styles, two players that have made their way through the draw undefeated. We're sure in for a good final here. You'll see pimples on that black rubber there from Hara, and a slightly different stroke in order for him to carry that ball over the net. Perfect example of Hara's play there in that opening point. Stepping back, chopping heavily off his backhand rubber, waiting for that higher ball from Chen and counter-attacking wide into the forehand corner. Also not afraid to chop off the forehand side. However, Chen using his heavy spin to his advantage, seeing that ball go long off the end of the table. 1 point each now. Beautiful control there from Hara. That ball from Chen sitting very short over the table. Hara recognising the difficulty of the shot, softening up and playing it very low and short. Very fast attack there from Chen. Low and fast into the backhand of Hara. Very difficult to counter-attack a ball like that. And this time Chen going out to the forehand of Hara with the backspin, forcing Hara to open up early in the point. Holy gee, what an absolutely fantastic point there. Hara chopping balls back that were coming at him a million miles an hour. Chen keeping his resolve, continually attacking, and getting the advantage now, 4 points to 2 with the serve. This time again going into the forehand. However, Hara was sitting waiting for that one, spinning heavily, spinning it wide, forcing the error from Chen. 4-3. And smart tactic when playing defensive players there from Chen. Top spinning the ball into the body of Hara, getting a chop and backspin ball back that sat a little bit higher to put away for the winner. 3-5. And that second forehand requirement of Hara again proving that little bit too difficult. Chen forcing the error with one extra ball back on the table. These are some high energy points with our players really needing to take their time in between. Again, Chen continually attacking the transition point of Hara. The most difficult spot to return a ball as a defensive player, from that middle section of your body and from the forehand hip. A positive low play there from Chen from Chinese Taipei. Continually giving him that advantage now. 4-point difference, 4-8. Strong top spin from Hara. A little bit more spin than what he'd been playing at this point. Giving himself an advantage and forcing the error from Chen, sending the ball long. 5 points to 8. Again, throwing that ball straight at the elbow of the defensive player. With pace and spin, very difficult to return. Hara's needing to make some changes to his movement here. And going for something a little bit different, just as I mentioned, trying to pivot around, hit a forehand from the backhand corner. However, that ball a little bit too high to be top spinning over. Needing a flat hit put away. 5 set points here, 5 game points here for Chen. And reaching out in front of him on that forehand top spin, sending the ball into the net. Giving Hara another opportunity to stay in that set. 6-10 with the serve. Very good spin control there again from Hara. 2 heavy topspin balls, followed by a topspin coming into his pimple, reversed, turned around, and Chen unable to control that ball back over the table. Another set point saved, 7-10. And beautiful control and composure there from Chen to take that set. Both blocking and counter-attacking, and then attacking into the backhand of Hara. Hitting a forehand from the backhand side. Winning that set 11 points to 7. Our first set in this final singles match here. Chen to serve in this second set. Oh, and fast into the middle there. Hara trying to chop that one back heavily, but sending it off the side. The deceptive serves of Chen still working very nicely for him. And very smart play there from Hara. Brilliant control, moving all over the table, forcing his chops deep into the table, deep into the forehand of Chen. And with enough consistency forcing that issue. 1-all. Stepping around the backhand for a forehand. And then just lightly touching that topspin ball up. Unbelievable amount of spin coming over the table there for Hara to try and control back. And Chen trying to open up on that backspin ball into his backhand, however, sending it wide off the side of the table, needing to keep his feet balanced and his body facing forwards in order to control the backhand topspin ball against backspin. Miraculous footwork there again from Chen, covering that wide attacking forehand ball from Hara that was side spinning away from the table and still managing to make his way back to counter the backhand on the next ball. Crucial footwork, giving himself the 2-point advantage at six in the towel break. And this time Hara going deep into the forehand corner, forcing Chen to move his feet to attack those balls, doing his best to make life difficult for the double-winged attacker. And side spin off that top spin there from Chen, proving a little too much for Hara, getting a hold of the chop, but the ball moving off the side of the table due to the heavy level of spin on it. 2-point advantage here. And backhand attack just to change things up a little bit there from Hara and keeping Chen honest. Chen needing to be prepared for both a chop or an attack on that serve. 5-4. And again attacking the serve as soon as that went long. 2 very strong receive points there from Hara to get himself back in the set now. It's 5 points each. A strong backspin serve to the middle of the table. Chen really looking to topspin over the top of it, but not quite getting himself in position to do so. Hara takes the lead for the first time this set. And again, hitting that forehand from the backhand corner there, Hara. Wide into the backhand there of Chen and forcing another issue after it falls off the top of the net. 2-point advantage here for the Japanese player. He's going to want one of these 2 service points in order to feel comfortable when he gets his serve back short. And attacking the serve again immediately. However, the little bit of net sending things off the end and missing his opportunity. Chen at 6-7 now. His high, spinny, deceptive serves. Short, heavy backspin to the forehand. Hara needing to prepare early for that ball. And his advantage has just dropped down again. 7 points each. And that's about as thick of an edge as you can get. Unfortunately, not much that Chen can do about that sort of ball. Hara had sent the first one deep into the backhand corner, aimed this one out to the forehand and taken the edge on the way through. And this time Chen a little more active in his return of serve and play. taking the ball as early as possible to win that service point back. 1 point apiece and 8 points each now. Hara again playing deep into the backhand corner of Chen. However, this time Chen prepared for it, stepping around and hitting a forehand cross-court back to win the point. And serving short to the forehand again of Hara has proved successful for him in previous points up until now. Backspin or topspin into that position, very difficult to return. Hara needing to keep his game tight up. He's got 2 serves, both serves needing to convert to bring this to a juice game. Nearly returning that edge ball from Chen, but unfortunately not much he can do with that little bit of extra movement on the ball. And Chen now taking the second set, 11 points to 8, to a 2 games to love lead. And Chen mixing things up again by dropping that service return very short into the middle of the table, not giving Hara any space to use his spin to his advantage as a modern defender. Again, that second ball, half long, very low and difficult to topspin as it was so close to the table. And for the first time today, we've got a timeout from the Japanese side at 2-love instead of 3-love in the third set. Hara from Japan has played very well up until now, but unable to convert on those really crucial points. Needing to regain his composure, think about where he's positioning that ball, and do his very best to move the number 1 seed around. Chen from Chinese Taipei using his serves and footwork at the moment to his great advantage, consistently top spinning into the body of the defensive player and causing errors. Chen has been dominating with his serve in every match up until this point as well, causing great difficulty for his opponents. And that positioning of that backspin into Chen's body, forcing an error. 2 points to 1 now. And going wide both ways again, proving to work very nicely for him. The first chop landing smacker on that white line for Hara, and right out wide to the forehand again, evening things up at 2 points apiece. And that top spin ball from Chen dipping very, very low there for Hara, needing to dig it back up and not getting enough curve to get it back on the table. Oh, and a little bit of assistance from the net, tying things up at 3 points apiece at the first tower break. And again, Chen dominating with his two serves. Two very heavy spinny balls, causing grief for Hara. And the forehand shot from the middle, very strong from Hara, one of the most difficult ones. But Chen sitting, waiting for that ball moving far out wide to the forehand side. 3 point advantage now. And with a squished ball, we've had to pull out a brand new ball. Players just checking to see that it is of reasonable quality. Back at going at it at 6 points to 4. Chen going for the fast serve, but Hara moving his feet from the middle of the table and attacking that ball out wide, keeping himself alive in his third set. 6-5. And another drop net ball off the forehand shot, falling over the net. Hara taking his chances here, doing the best thing he can. And Chen also taking his time with the tower break, seeking to compose himself in the face of defence. And Hara rushing the backhand this time, forcing an error off Chen by playing deep into his body. Chen touching the net and falling out the back of the court. Quite often that can happen when you're trying to play with a bit of topspin. And this time, very strong and very heavy forehand topspin into the forehand elbow of Hara. Difficult to chop back. 7 points each. And that's what we would call the 1-2 punch, with a strong backspin serve, chopped back and open back hard on the third ball. Looking to do the same thing, pivot on the forehand, back out wide and takes the point. Very strong point at a crucial moment in time. Hara to serve, 7-9 down, 2 sets to love down. And brilliant counter-attack and defence there from Chen. Hara chopping 2 balls, charging at the table, hitting his top spins. Chen not giving up his position, however, and forcing the forehand error to give himself 3 championship points. And the strong backhand flick deep into the corner there, giving Chen the win and the gold medal of the championships. Chen has successively beaten every player he's come up against 3 games to love. Absolute domination from the number 1 seed here at the Oceania Games. join us back here at 12 o'clock for the commencement of the doubles rounds. We'll be starting with the men's doubles here on Table 1. apologies for the short delay there at the table tennis. We're deeply involved in this first set here. 8-9 for Malaysia with the serve in this first set. And very smart serve there from the semi-finalist. 9-all. Players struggling to contain the serves of their opponents at this point in time. First set to Team Taipei, Chinese Taipei, after that first match, that first round, in our first of the round of 16 for the men's doubles. Close game, 11 points to 9. Majority of service and return points being very crucial in that first set. Second set, we're going to need to see some more rallying from the Malaysian players, some consistency and handling some of those very spinny serves from players such as Chen. Chinese Taipei to take the serve. You'll notice at the change of ends that positions have swapped. In doubles for table tennis, players must take turns to hit the ball. One player then another. So, in the previous set, opposite players were hitting to each other. And when they change ends, they switch around again. So in the previous set, Chen would have been serving to this Malaysian player. What that can often mean is it can often mean a change of tactics depending on who you're serving or receiving to or against. And quite possibly hitting the ball into different places on the table based on the strengths and weaknesses of the players you're hitting the ball to. And Chen with that fast footwork covering the forehand from the backhand side, hitting down the line wide into Fami. Strong display here in this second set from our Chinese Taipei pair. Strong point from Malaysia there to keep themselves back in this set. 9-1 down is a long way back. Not impossible. Composure is required, particularly when you have strength of a player such as Chen on the other side of the table. Needing to control the distance on this serve with Chen attacking any serve that sits up that little bit high with his backhand. And Fami this time waiting for that backhand flick, comfortably returning it and giving his teammate from Malaysia a better chance to take that next ball. 9-3 now. Very high quality play there from the Malaysian pairing. Chinese Taipei continually attacking off both wings, but controlling the ball wide and making it difficult for them to hit an aggressive shot. And that extra spin into the backhand of Chen, giving that little bit of difficulty controlling in his fast block. Chen trying to make this ball move quickly. 5-10 now. Great control from Fahmy against the spin. Over Haslin getting some of that spin back into his forehand after that last shot. Needing to play with a little bit more control, the Malaysian pairing in this third set to work their way back into this match. Commencement of the third set has players switching position again and the Malaysians to serve. Very spinny serve there. Chen helping his teammate out in controlling that ball. And he got him to return that serve, just had him in a position where he wasn't quite able to get out of the way. Giving the first 2 points to the Malaysian pair. That's the biggest lead they've had in any set to this point now for the Malaysian pairing. Composure and control required here from this point. And smart play again. Playing deep into the backhand corner of both players, forcing them off the table and giving themselves an opportunity to hit a winner. Another dominant shot there from the Malaysian pairing. Really seeking to put the Chinese Taipei players on the back foot during this set. A good 5-love lead at this time. And again, that heavy topspin getting the ball sent off the end of the table. Chinese Taipei pair in a bit of trouble in this set. Long way back from 6-love down. 7-love down at this point. 4 more points required for Malaysia to take the set. The Malaysian pair need to make a real note of what they've done in this set for the ongoing sets. Really dominating it with some attacking play. Trying their best to attack and not let the Chinese Taipei pair attack as soon as possible and taking their own opportunities. Absolute reversal of fortunes in the second set. 10-1 to Malaysia. And the Chinese Taipei pair doubling their score right now. Taking the receive at 2-10. 10-2. Much better controlled topspin this time from the Chinese Taipei team. Keeping that ball in the middle of the table in an uncomfortable position for the Malaysian pairing to return. Malaysia takes the second set, 11 points to 3, formulating the first set of a potential comeback. Chinese Taipei now leads game score 2-1. Malaysia really taking the initiative on that first return, stepping wide, taking it off the forehand side. Really trying to play the corners of the Chinese Taipei pairing. Chinese Taipei doing the opposite, trying to charge these guys down the middle. And a little bit of a lucky there, keeping things tied up at 2 points all. Malaysia does have a tactical advantage in this match. With a left and right-handed combination pairing, what it means is players can continually step to the side and take their forehand from the middle of the table. Quick footwork is required, undoubtedly. With the Chinese Taipei pairing both being right-handed, more movement is required to get out of each other's way and give them room to hit the next ball. Strong backhand there from Chen, the number one singles player. Timeout called by the Malaysian pairing at 3-4 down in the fourth set. Coach offering some sage wisdom, discussing things such as serving tactics and where to position the ball in order to help their players come back from a 2-1 deficit. Malaysian players returning to court with a new sense of resolve. Serving at 3-4 down. And those forehands from the middle of the table doing very nicely for the Malaysian pairing. And strong attack, fast to the middle. Giving the Chinese Taipei pairing a 2-point head start. 4-6 down with the serve, however, for Malaysia. Holy moly, that was one tricky forehand sent over there by Chen. You can see he went across the side of that ball off his forehand, playing side spin into the body. And that time around playing with heavy topspin into the body of Fahmy. Both Malaysian players seeking to hit forehands, but being forced to hit backhands due to the pressure from the Chinese Taipei pairing. 3-point lead for Chinese Taipei, 8-5. Strong open there from Fahmy. However, Chen was sitting there waiting and able to place that ball deep on the table, making things very difficult there for Haslam. Malaysia to serve, 5-9 down. Very heavy backspin serve there. Sierra's needing to be very careful, making sure he keeps that ball spinning. And again, the topspin from the left-hander proving a little too difficult for Chen to keep back on the table. Chinese Taipei still has a 2-point lead, however, at this point in time of the game. 2 points away from finishing the match. Strong backspin serve, seeking it to be attacked off the backhand from Haslam when he'd previously been taking a lot of the forehands. 3 match points. Pushing it short, keeping that ball tight. And that's exactly what the players were needing to keep that one in there. Ball was low, the ball was spinning and difficult to return. 2 more match points to come back from here for Malaysia. And that backhand flick of Chen is far too strong for the Malaysian pairing. Just as it had worked for him in the singles, it worked very nicely for him in his opening round of doubles. Chinese Taipei takes the win, 3 games to 1 against Malaysia. Our next match is the men's doubles, and our final men's doubles match today sees the beginning of the quarterfinals. In this quarterfinal, we have the number 1 double seeds, Wai Lok Wan and King Xing Yuan from Hong Kong, against Shunta Yamamoto and Hajime Hara. Shunta Yamamoto being a semi-finalist and Hajime Hara a finalist of the singles. This will indeed be an interesting doubles match. Let's see if the two players from Japan, who proved particularly successful in their singles, can achieve similar results in their doubles match by upsetting the number 1 seeds. Japanese combination here, also a left-right combination. Tends to be more successful in doubles and work with both players able to hit forehands from the middle of the table. Our Hong Kong pairing, both very strong players, having played a lot of strong 5-set matches in the lead up to the finals of the singles yesterday. Hong Kong pairing to serve first in the first, third and fifth sets now. Level. Strong opening point from the attacking Hong Kong player. With a mix of attack and defence on the Japanese side, these players are going to need to move very quickly and ensure that they're ready for every ball. Strong opening plays there from the Hong Kong pair. It appears these guys may well have played doubles together in the past, seeming to be aware of each other's movements. And that return from Yamamoto of Japan deep into the backhand corner of one, forcing him to move his feet to hit that forehand. You can see that time around with that return a little bit closer to the forehand side, giving one more room to attack that ball and give the Hong Kong pairing a 2-point head start. And deceptive serve there from Hajime Hara, making life very difficult indeed for one. And Yamamoto trying to send that ball very deep into that backhand corner of the opponent. Positive attacking play. Heavy topspin from Yuan from his backhand side into the elbow of Hara. Maybe he was watching Chen in the previous singles match, playing the elbow of the Japanese defensive player, making life very difficult for his chop. Strong backhand topspin open there from the Hong Kong team. Taking the 2-point advantage at the towel break of 7-5. Very strong control. Moving both of those Japanese players away from the side of the table, opening up the court, giving an opportunity to attack on the next ball. Strong return there from the Japanese players. That ball moving low into the side. And what we would call a staple point for doubles there. Backhand push deep into the backhand of the Hong Kong pairing, with the Japanese player sitting there waiting to hit a forehand not long after. 7-all again now. Lovely forehand there from Hajime Hara. Well covered, moving all the way across from the forehand corner over into the backhand corner. From a chop to a forehand attack, giving the Japanese guys that they lead for this set. 8-7. And that ball sitting up just a little bit too much from Yuan. Trying to block it back. Not containing the spin, giving Hajime Hara a high ball to attack down the middle. 7-9, but with the serve. Strong serve there from one. 8-9 now. Players signalling for each other. In order to support each other, quite often, the player receiving the third ball will tell the server what to serve in order to give their teammate the best possible chance to win the point. That's an example of the sportsmanship you can see in table tennis and the teamwork required to win in doubles. A lovely combination there from the Japanese pairing. Heavy chop from Hajime Hara, followed up by an open from Yamamoto, finishing off with a flat hit down the middle, giving them the first game point. 10-9. And strong backspin serve into the body of Ewan, insisting on using a backhand from the forehand side and not able to contain that return, giving the Japanese pairing the first set 11 points to 9. Second set sees a change of serve and receive. Players now hitting the ball to the other doubles partner. And real pressure on Hara's forehand there in that deep corner. That ball very, very low. Hara needing to do extra work to pull that ball out. Love one to Japan now. That heavy backspin serve there, really causing difficulty for the Japanese pairing. And strong footwork there from the Hong Kong pairing to give themselves that 4-point lead. Yuan and Wan working very, very hard to control the points and move the Japanese pairing away from the table. Winning most of their points when they're on the attack. Unable to convert on their 2 service points there. Letting the Japanese pairing back in the match now. Japan to serve at 3-5. Strong attack there from King Yuan, forcing the error from the Japanese pairing and keeping the 2-point lead on the serve. 6-4 now to the Hong Kong pair. Very heavy top spin again there from Hong Kong. Yamamoto not quite being able to force the issue there, and the ball bouncing off his racket with an incredible amount of top spin. A little bit of tentativity there from Juan. Needing to flick that low ball over the top of the table, pulling out of the top spin on the shot. Fantastic court coverage there by the Japanese pairing. Hajime Hara picking up a very low backspin ball on his backhand, and Yamamoto moving across to block the attacking shot of the Hong Kong pairing, keeping them in the set right now. 8-6 down. Anyone's game at this point in time, however. And strong play from the Japanese pairing again. Yamamoto pushing it into that body. Really trying to equalise on this next point. 8-7 with the serve. That ball touching the edge on the way through, giving Hara the equaliser for the Japanese pair. Scores are all tied up, 8-all in the second set. Absolutely beautiful attack there from Yuan. Waiting for that ball, letting it come back into his forehand and opening up wide into the corner. 8-9. And Japan really seeking that initiative and taking it as early as they possibly could to even the score up at 9 points apiece. Service change now. Japanese pairing should be serving. Sorry, they'll be receiving at 9-all. And some tentativity from the Hong Kong side, forcing an error. Game point there for the Hong Kong pairing. Sorry, for the Japanese pairing. And beautiful attacking play there from Hong Kong to tie things up at deuce in the second game. 10 points apiece, 1 serve each now. Teams needing to win by 2 points. And that little bit of assistance from the net making it a little more difficult for Hara to pick that low ball up from the backhand side. Giving the Hong Kong pair game point and the serve at 11-10. Strong play there, tying things up at 11 points each. As you can see, Hara's signalling his serve for his partner. Looking for the best possible opportunity to help each other. Of course, umpires playing a pivotal role in this tournament. Not just ensuring that everything runs smoothly, making sure that the table and the balls stay dry. Humid conditions here in the centre. And quite easy for sweat to get on the table, on the ball or on the floor. And a whole handful of short pushing. Neither team really looking to take the initiative until Hara attacked, and funnily enough, the team that attacked first won the point. Strong tactical play there from the Japanese pairing again. Giving themselves an advantage as opposed to fighting back from the last few points. Hong Kong have the serve. And a timeout has been called by the Japanese pair. Crucial pivotal moment in this second set. At one set to love down. The Japanese coach has called a timeout for his team in the hope that he can close things out and give them a 2 sets to love lead. Hong Kong to serve. Game point for the Japanese pairing. I'm sure their coach gave crucial advice on how to set their point up. And it just clips the edge on the way through. Unfortunately, taking that timeout out of the hands of the Japanese and evening things back up at 13-all. Again, keeping that ball short over the table, forcing the Hong Kong pair to come forward on their attacking shots and bringing out the error. Strong heavy topspin from Hong Kong, keeping them alive in this set yet again. Yamamoto needing to contain the topspin from his backhand side, but the ball bouncing off and bouncing up high, going back off the end of the table. An absolutely beautiful forehand topspin there from Hara. Barely clearing the net by a millimetre. Bouncing low, spinning to the side. Absolutely frightening having a ball like that coming at you from the other side. 14-15 again. And the Japanese pair have done it. They've converted on their set, proving that timeout to be of use to them and getting the 2 sets to love heads lead now. The Hong Kong #1 pairing, 2 sets to love down. 3 sets remaining to win, whereas the Japanese pairing only needing 1 at this point. Pressure will be on the Hong Kong pairing to be able to bring their A game and show that they deserve their top seed position. And 1 from Hong Kong having the serve in this first set, and his partner signalling what serve he's looking to receive back. And Yamamoto not handling the spin on that return, giving Hong Kong a 2-point lead again in this third game. Strong attack there from the Japanese pair, keeping themselves alive. 1-2 now. Absolutely incredible recovery there from Yamamoto on the ground and still getting the ball back on the table. And after a 2-love head start and 3 points on the run to Japan, Hong Kong, China has now called a timeout, meaning there are no remaining timeouts for either team left in the game. After the first 2 sets of play, Hong Kong still needing 3 sets to win the match. Japan only needing 1 and having the lead in the third set. Advice received for both teams. Strategic change in play potentially from Hong Kong. But unfortunately, we have a ball that has gone for a wander. Players now looking for that ball, and we've found it, and we're ready to roll. And with a new ball, everybody's happy, and we're ready to get started. 2-3 with the Hong Kong serve. Not handling that one as well as he would like to there. 4-2 now to Japan. Hara to serve. 5-2, some tentativity there from Hong Kong. They're going to need to shake those nerves if they're going to get through this third set. Four-point difference in this set now. 1 to serve, back at the start. And moving that ball wide into the forehand of Hara. Very, very tactical move there. Giving them an opportunity. 3-6. One needs to be very careful of that heavy backspin ball coming from the chop of Hara. If you're going to return that with topspin, you're going to need to put a lot of work on that ball. And a strong backspin serve from the semi-finalist of the singles, Yamamoto. 8 points to 3 for Japan now. A strong advantage. And Hara using his forehand from the middle side to great use and giving his team a 6-point window there. 2 more points and they've got this set and caused an upset against the number 1 seeds. Oh, what an absolutely incredible shot there from Yamamoto. Throwing his body sideways onto the floor, moving sideways, that ball top spinning around the side of the table, over the net for a winner. Calm is required on the Japanese pairing though. Fantastic point previously, no need to rush on the next one. 10 points to 4 now. Lovely footwork there from Yamamoto, working himself back around to hit a forehand. Not quite quick enough to get himself down to hit that top spin though. 1 match point saved again there from Hong Kong. 1 to receive. 10-5 to Japan. Absolutely strong backspin there from Hara, giving the Japanese pairing the win. Upsetting the number 1 seeds, our silver medalists and our semi-finalists from the singles, making their way through to the semi-finals of the doubles that will be on tomorrow. Welcome back to the afternoon session. We have our next round of doubles. Looking at one of the women's women's doubles matches, A little bit of a different format for the women's doubles for this tournament compared to the mixed and the men's doubles. With the women's doubles pairings playing in one large round robin, that means every pair will play once against every other doubles pairing over the course of today and tomorrow. So as opposed to seeing semi-finals and finals, we will simply see different matches over different stages for each of these women's pairings. In front of us today, we have Carman Wong and Poike Wong from Hong Kong playing together. And we have Ayumi Ota and Natsuki Wada from Japan playing together. And again for our third doubles combination, we have a left and right combo for our Japanese pairing against two right-handers from Hong Kong. The left and right combination will see a lot of forehands from the middle of the table and backhands out wide. Whereas the Hong Kong team, potentially you'll see more backhands played over the table. And a little bit more footwork is going to be required on their behalf. Play set to start with the Hong Kong pairing serving for the first, third and fifth set. PK Wong will be serving to Ota of Japan. So in the second set, Ota will be serving to PK Wong. Tentative start from the Japanese pairing though, whereas Wong and Wong from Hong Kong were absolutely ready to attack at soonest opportunity, taking that first point. And Ota using her pips on the backhand side to reverse that ball and cause a little bit of extra difficulty for the Wong pairing. Shaking off those nerves now, the Japanese girls. Looking to take their opportunities and attack as soon as possibility. Very powerful attack there from Ota of Japan. Preparing early, bringing the bat down and going fast through the ball. Wider to serve. Interesting how the Japanese pairing is taking that ball as early as possible, really putting pressure on the Hong Kong pairing, putting pressure on their footwork and making sure that they're moving out of each other's way as quickly as possible and giving that table just like we saw on that point there. Japanese players hitting it towards the player who is not hitting the ball. And that short and wide return there from Ota, very, very difficult for the pairing of Wong and Wong to take back. Needing to get very low to get that one back. And this time forcing an attack from the Hong Kong pair, which was not necessarily the one to attack on. The ball was coming long. And that was much more of a controlled response from the Hong Kong pairing. Using their spin to their advantage, playing into the body of the Japanese pairing. 3-9 down though, a lot of work to do. Again, attack the body and then moving that ball out wide, causing a lot of difficulty for the Japanese pairing. This needed to happen earlier in the set in order to give them a stronger advantage. 4-9 down still, however. And lots of time available there for Ota. When she has time to get down and hit that top spin, she tends to be very accurate. Players from Hong Kong need to make sure that she takes that time away from the Japanese pairing. 6 set points here. And they take it on their first opportunity. First game going to the Japanese pairing, 11 points to 4. Going to the Japanese pairing, 11 points to 4. After sorting out the order of serve and receive, Japanese pairing is ready to serve with wider to serve. And Wong using her pimples to great advantage, moving wide into the backhand of Ota. Potentially this is a better combination for the Hong Kong pair. And not quite getting underneath that ball like she was needed to. That first shot she had moved her racket underneath and forward, carrying it deep into the corner. Second time around, bat was not low enough and the ball carried forward into the net. And strong early play there from the Hong Kong pairing, taking the ball early off the bounce, moving it deep into the backhand corner of the defending Japanese pairing to great advantage. 2-3 now. That ball sitting up for Wada to attack. However, not giving herself the appropriate time to spin through the ball and missing into the net. 2-point advantage to the 3-point advantage after a very strong backspin serve to the Hong Kong pairing now. 5 points to 2 now in the second set. Now Ultra playing that ball deep into the backhand corner of Wong there, causing great difficulty. Forcing the ball up high and just not making back on the table. Again going deep into the backhand corner with her pimples for Wong, forcing her to open up in a position where she's not comfortable and bringing 2 points back now from 6-2 to 6-4. That's the third time that they've been able to get a winner off that backhand corner there now. Really need to ensure that the Japanese pairing move that ball deep over there. Or either corner by the looks of it. That one was wide to the forehand corner and caused difficulty for the other teammate of Hong Kong. Timeout has been called by the Hong Kong pairing after having a 4-point lead and bringing it back to only 1. Some strategy is required to ensure that they can win these final 4 points and get themselves over this line for the second set. Japan taking the lead now after a 4-point deficit. Controlled, consistent play, pinning the Hong Kong players in either corner, forcing them to have to get out of each other's way. And playing that last ball very short there from Alta. The Hong Kong players needing to get right underneath that ball and not quite able to get in the physical position to do so. 2-point window with the serve for Japan now, 9-7. And strong topspin against the reversing pimple shot there. Lifting it up, playing it into the body. 3 game points. And though that touched the net on the way through, that was a well-constructed point from the Japanese pairing. Both players working very hard to cover the entire table, using their forehands and pinning those players in the corners. Play to resume. Hong Kong to take the serve in the third set. Needing 3 sets to come back and win. Japan now only needing 1. Strong 1-2 combination there from Japan. The pimple block off Ultra followed by the smash forehand of Wada. And you can see that both times the Japanese players there playing deep into the backhand corner of the Hong Kong pair, not giving them any opportunity to open up an attack. And Hong Kong seeking to move the ball wide to the corners of the Japanese pair instead, rather than plugging them in an unattacking position, simply making them run to fetch as many balls as possible. 2 different strategies in play. The Japanese strategy at this point in time proving to be more effective. Four-two with the Japanese serve, a 2-point window. And throwing a heavy no-spin serve, I like to call it. Looks like it's going to be spinny, but isn't. Wong sending him just off the end of the table. And this time coming in with the backspin serve, however, Ultra not getting a hold of that open up. Still a 2-point differential, however. 3-5. Wong from Hong Kong to serve. Strong return there. Moving that ball deep into the forehand corner. Very low. Requiring a lot of work to open up on that one and catching the edge of the racket. At 8-3 now. A 5-point differential for the Japanese pairing. 2 games and 5-point difference. A lot of work for Hong Kong to come back from here. Seven match points now for the Japanese pairing after a concurrent strong attacking points from both players. And they convert and do it. 11-3 in the third set. Winning their round robin rubber against the Hong Kong pairing. 3 sets to love now. Stay tuned. Mixed doubles to follow. Welcome back. We have our mixed doubles clash now. Here on table 1 from Macau, we have Nok Eo Choi and Chak Kwan Cheng from Macau, up against Natsuki Wada and Shunta Yamamoto from Japan. This is the first of our mixed doubles clashes here on the stream, and shall be very interesting to see how our pairs go working with each other. We're in the round of 16 right now, which means that players need to win 4 concurrent mixed doubles matches in order to achieve the gold medal. Hard work for all players. Both players from Macau, China, employing the penholder style grip, meaning that the racket is facing downwards as opposed to the shake hand grip, which is employed by both of the Japanese players. The racket face is more sideways, moving from a down to up motion. In general, players with the penhold style are comfortable playing off their forehand. However, there are weaknesses on the backhand side, meaning that much of the time they find themselves blocking. Whether their forehands are strong enough to overcome that weakness depends on the footwork and ability of the player. Our 2 penhold players here are known for their strong forehands, but they're coming up against 2 highly seeded, very strong Japanese pairing. Macau, China putting pressure in the middle of the table, keeping the ball as low as they possibly can, forcing the error from Japan. Again, the same thing. Playing close to that middle of the table, quickly if they can off the bounce to a 2-point head start. Japanese pairing wising up to the penhold style and pinning those backhands of the Macau players. And a slight misread of the serve there from Chang, sending that ball up nice and high, giving Yamamoto a clear opportunity to attack. Yamamoto slowing down his forehand in that last one, aiming to get that ball high, but with a little more spin playing into the body of Choi. Difficult to return. And Choi sitting there waiting for that one, however not quite gauging the level of spin required. Needing to close her racket just a little bit to keep that ball down. Strong backspin serve there from Yamamoto into Choi. And this time coming through with a no-spin serve. Chang was sitting there waiting for the open up, but a quick attack again from Japan. Right back at him, meaning that Choi had to get in front of him. Very difficult to do. Of course, a key movement in doubles is making sure that you get out of the way of the path of the ball. Give your teammate as much possible space to hit that next ball. Trying to do this all at the same time as watching the ball and enabling your own chance to hit it. There's a lot of things going on in doubles for table tennis. Slowing down that forehand, proving to be very successful for Yamamoto. All of his slower forehands have proven to win the point for the Japanese pairing. Let's see what he does on this next ball. And again, not going for 100% off the forehand, aiming for spin rather than speed, forcing the Macau pairing to move away from the ball. And yet again, using that topspin to his advantage and giving Japanese pairing the first set, 11 points to 3. And that forehand topspin with side spin working really well for Yamamoto now. Ever since those first few points, he's slowed down that forehand topspin, really seeking to just play it as deep as possible with heavy spin. And those balls are really causing a lot of difficulty for the Macau pairing. And that ball sitting a little too far in front of Yamamoto for him to be swinging like that. If you're trying to come up the back of the ball with topspin and the ball's in front of you, you're going to lose out because you're going to be unbalanced in your shot. And a heavy serve there, pushed deep into the net from Macau pairing. Needing to readjust their tactics, get on top of the Japanese team here. Slow topspin again into the body, working very nicely there for Yamamoto. And 6-point lead here in this game for the Japanese pairing. Looking very comfortable with their movement side to side. And Yamamoto deceptive with his no spin serve there. And this time throwing a little bit of extra topspin. Chung trying to go a bit heavier. Not able to contain the level of spin coming back at him, however. Wada sitting and waiting for that forehand topspin off the serve. Must be careful. If that serve goes too short, she could damage her bat. And very strong display there from the Japanese pairing in the second set. Taking the game 11-1. Now 2 sets to love. And a quicker forehand there from Yamamoto, probably one of his quickest ones so far. However, Wada had set him up, enabling him to open up on a light backspin ball travelling long. Strong patience from both of the Japanese players there, waiting for that forehand topspin to come a little bit longer, giving him an opportunity to attack. The Macau pairing looking in a lot of trouble at this point in time. And feels to me like Yamamoto might have warmed up that quicker forehand. Not missing those faster balls like he was earlier in the match. Looking in total control. Yamamoto really quick on his feet there for the receive of serve. What he's looking for most of the time from the back of the court there is looking to see whether that ball's going to come back off the end of the table. If it does, it gives him an opportunity to hit it forehand topspin, move up the back and over the ball like he did on that shot just we saw now. 4-point differential, 5-1 to the Japanese pair. And Macau putting the pressure on Yamamoto's forehand. He'd been attacking well in this set so far, but had made errors off that shot earlier on in the day. 8-2 to the Japanese pairing in the third set. Strong backspin serve there from the Japanese team. Shang will need to watch this serve. They've been very deceptive. And again, not getting his back quite in position to handle the no spin of that serve. Strong serve from Chang. Both of these players from Macau are not even remotely interested in giving up regardless of the scoreline. 3 points to 10 is a comeback in order. And with a forehand like that from Yamamoto, that sure does make things difficult for a comeback. Well played by both teams. 3-0 win in the round of 16 to the Japanese pairing of Natsuki Wada and Shunta Yamamoto. Stay tuned for the final match, where we're going to see the women's doubles and another one of their group matches. Welcome back to the final match of the day. A slight delay. One more match remaining for our day of play here on Wednesday the 9th of the 11th at the Oceania Asia Games here in Brisbane. We have a group match from the women's doubles. Both of these pairings having already played their first match in their groups match with Lian Li from Chinese Taipei against Wong and Wong from Hong Kong, China. Certainly makes it convenient for the commentator. And play now due to start. Players organising who's serving and receiving to whom. Needing to keep close eye on it. Both players having the same surname on both teams. Our umpire and our commentators are going to need to keep a close eye on proceedings. So just by way of reference, PK Wong will be serving to Jingshuan Li, and vice versa in the second set. And both Chinese Taipei players very strong on their forehand side, looking for every opportunity to attack any ball that sits up high for them. And strong topspin there from the younger Li player, forcing the error from PK Wong and giving them their first point of the match. Quick hands there from Jingshuan Li, playing that ball out deep into the backhand side of her players. Very smart tactical move. And tactically, our Chinese Taipei players really looking to force that ball wide into the backhand corner from the Hong Kong team. Beautiful block there from Jingshuan Li. Really in control of this ball and moving nice lateral movement side to side. And moving forward, but not quite getting the bat down low enough to pick up the topspin ball. However, the Chinese Taipei players taking the lead, 4 points to 3. Deep placement from the backhand topspin there from the younger Lee. Hong Kong able to lift that ball up and create an error from the opposing team. It's a strong backspin serve. And Lydia Yi Ali picking that ball up with topspin and causing the error on the next shot, giving her team that 2-point advantage with the serve. Good deception on that serve. Looking like she was about to come under that ball with backspin, moving forward and creating a no-spin serve. And another fast no-spin serve, this time into the forehand side, sent slightly long by the Hong Kong pair. 4-point differential now, 4-8. Lovely attack there off the forehand wing there. Really looking for her opportunity to attack with her forehand. And some tentativeness there from Yaya Lee. Yaya Lee, sorry. Oh, Wong really trying to get that ball to come up high and spinny, but not being able to catch the back end of the table. 5 set points now for the Chinese Taipei pair. And very smart doubles play by the Hong Kong pair there, playing at the body of the Chinese Taipei players, hitting it at the ball, hitting the ball at the body of the person who had just hit it, forcing them to really have to hustle out of the way. And again, playing the ball back at the body. Another way to win a point. Closer again. 2 set points saved. 10-7 now for the Chinese Taipei pair. And 8-10 now. However, Chinese Taipei have the serve at 10-8. 2 more chances left to convert on their first set. Wonderful preparation attack there from PK Wong on the Hong Kong side. She waited nicely for that ball, let the ball come deep into her forehand side and spun hard into the forehand corner of the Chinese Taipei team. Final set point here now. And on their 5th attempt, they do manage to do it. Well done there from the Chinese Taipei pair, keeping their composure in a very difficult situation. 10-5 to 10-9 and back to 11-9. First set, Chinese Taipei. And all players double checking the service order. Again with the same surname on both sides. Need to be careful. Strong return there from PK Wong. Reading that no spin serve and just absolutely hammering it back at her opponent. Yowza. Good composure there again from the Hong Kong pairing. PK Wong taking that backhand block and playing it short and wide to the backhand side of the Chinese Taipei pair. Give themselves the lead in the first set, 2-0. And that heavier serve causing difficulty for the younger Lee sister. That ball just tapping the edge on the way through, giving Hong Kong a 4-point head start now. Strong attacking point from the Chinese Taipei pairing. Wong and Wong from Hong Kong doing their best to contain that ball, but not manage to keep it back in the corner of the table. Aggressive play again, the name of the game there from Leon Lee. Trying to take that ball as early as possible, pressuring the Hong Kong pairing into making a mistake and sending that ball down. A strong topspin again from the Hong Kong pair. Chinese Taipei needing to ensure they stay relaxed. Too stiff and that spin is going to react to your bat. Staying relaxed is very important when it comes to blocking and returning heavy spin balls. Oh, and another strong ball from the Hong Kong pair. They have come out with an absolute attacking mindset here. 2-6 now. Hong Kong really dominating the display so far in this second set. Tactically making some changes by pushing these balls away from the Chinese Taipei players. This time, however, Yi Ali was in position, moved her feet quickly and covered the wide forehand ball. Quick hands from the older Lee, handling that ball that had spun over from PK Wong, spinning up high, taking it off the bounce and sending deep into the forehand corner. An absolute signature shot, that one. 7-4. Comeback is still in motion. And again, quick hands from the Chinese Taipei pairing. They're fighting their way back here from the brink in this second set. 5-7 with the change of serve. And not quite enough preparation on that backhand open from Jingchuan Lee. Needing to make sure she stays down, gets over the top of that ball. Making the choice to push this time, giving Hong Kong the opportunity to open up, and they do not miss their opportunity the moment they have it. 4-point differential again. KM Wong to serve. And those were the shots that brought them back in this set. That ball sitting up high. Chinese Taipei players are looking to attack as soon as possible. Setting that ball up high, but this time Yu Yali not quite in position to put that ball away and giving the Hong Kong pairing 4 game points. Brilliant timing there from Chinese Taipei. waiting on that backhand and making sure that their bat was ready to take that ball off the bounce. 7-10. 3 set points remaining. Another strong forehand open against the backspin there from the younger Lee player. Wong and Wong having the serve now, requiring another 2 to convert their winner. 2 more set points. And to 10-9 in a reflection, just like the last game where they went from 10-5 to 10-9. And this time we see a timeout called by the Hong Kong side at 10-9 and 1 set down. Tactically needing to make some decisions. Maybe some discussion with the coach around what serve is required, what return may be required if the game does get to juice and 10-all. Team Hong Kong China holding the serve at 10-9. Their final set point. Composure required on all accounts. Oh, and Chinese Taipei being the first one to take the initiative, but slightly missing that corner of the table, giving that set to Hong Kong China and levelling things up at 1 set apiece now. Players returning to the table after change of ends. 1 set apiece, all tied up. And tactically correct from the Chinese Taipei pairing, however, just not quite executing on that backhand open and missing the table by a small amount. Hong Kong duo really using backspin to their advantage, trying to force the Chinese Taipei pair to open up on those balls and then proceed to block corner to corner from that moment onwards. And this time changing the pace, but not able to cover the ground required to win that point. Chinese Taipei dominating in that attacking rally. 1-2 down. Strong attack from Lee from Chinese Taipei. taking that ball early, not letting the spin cause her any problems, evening things up at 2 apiece. And PK Wong there with her absolute strength, that backhand topspin open up, causing some real damage here. 3-2 now. And Jing Shuanli was ready for that backhand that time around, however, not quite able to get over the top of it. Hitting the ball, but sending it a little bit long. 2-4 with the serve. And her distance from the table for the shot was not matching it when it came to that last one. Trying to hit a counter backhand, but a little too far back, sending the ball low and into the net. And much better position for her to hit that flick that time around. Beautiful forehand top spin there from PK Wong from far back from the table. Her patience and preparation was evident, waiting for that ball to drop down and spinning it hard into the forehand corner of the Chinese Taipei pairing. And Chinese Taipei again rushing the Hong Kong pairing, keeping themselves alive with their speed and full cover. 4 points to 6 now. Quick serve and attack there from the Lee girls. Bringing themselves back in this set now. Only 1 point difference between the two. 5 points to 6. Very strong point there from the Hong Kong duo, moving wide out onto their backhand side and back again on each of those shots. Lee and Lee really trying to pepper the middle of these two players and forcing them to run into each other. Wong and Wong not having a bar of that, using their strong top spins to their advantage and playing through the point, keeping their 2 point advantage. 7-5 in the third. And that ball just catching the net on the way through. However, tactically a very smart move. I must say, though, that retrieval ball from Wong from Hong Kong only barely missing the side of the table. Certainly would have changed things should she have won that point. 7-6 now. And PK Wong really looking to load up with that top spin like she had been previously. But the ball not having enough pace to carry forward over the net and dropping back. All tied up, 7 apiece. And all 4 of these players now moving very well side to side. They appear to be completely warmed up and prepared. All tied up at 8-all in the third set. This is as close as it gets. And Leon Lee trying to move that ball into the backhand side again of Wong and Wong from Hong Kong, China. However, the Hong Kong girls doing their absolute best to keep the ball alive and just playing it back one more time. 9-8 now. And that side spinning ball moving away from the forehand of Wong, giving Lee that point. Timeout has been called by the Chinese Taipei serve with 2 serves available. It's expected that the Chinese Taipei coach will be giving advice on what the serve and the third ball attack should be for their team, looking for their best opportunity to convert without having to go through to a deuce game and one serve each for both teams. Both teams having now taken their timeouts. That means neither team has any available, with potentially still another couple of sets remaining of table tennis. 9-all, crucial point here. And our Hong Kong China team sitting and waiting for that forehand down the middle, looking to counter straight back into the body of the Chinese Taipei players. 9-10, still holding the serve, however. And strong positioning of that push wide into the backhand side of PK Wong. Really seeking to topspin that ball, but not able to get quite all the way over there. We're now into a deuce game at 10-all, meaning that players will serve one time each. Strong forehand from Jingshuan Li into the elbow of the Hong Kong player, giving Chinese Taipei the point advantage for their serve. 11-10 now. And all tied up at 11-all. Strong, consistent play from the Hong Kong pairing, refusing to give up their spot at the table. And a very heavy serve there from PK Wong. Jinshuan Li had received many of those serves up until now, but that looked to have been the one with the most spin we've seen so far. Point advantage to the Hong Kong pairing now, 11-12. Beautiful attack there from Yi Li, saving that match point from the Hong Kong pairing, taking the ball early off the bounds and putting it away. 12 points each, all tied up again. And the softer topspin there from the younger of the Lee girls, causing a lot of difficulty for Wong and Wong. That ball dropping short over the table, meaning that it needed to be picked up and not quite making it all the way to the net. Point advantage to Chinese Taipei. And again, the heavy backspin from the Hong Kong pairing, causing difficulty for Lee and Lee. 13-all now. And this time around, moving that ball deep into Lee's backhand. She was looking to open up on it, but slightly pulled back on the shot. Point advantage over the Hong Kong team. Chinese Taipei to serve, 13-14. And Hong Kong, China have done it, winning the third set, 15-13, and taking the lead now, 2-1. Players returning to court for the fourth set. We've got the change of serve again. High pressure moment for the Chinese Taipei pair, and really seeking to take an advantage in this fourth set. A long way back and a very strong forehand from Ye Li. On the stretch, wide to forehand, cross court. Beautiful shot. And put out to the stretch on the forehand again this time around, but not quite able to get in position. Strong play from the Hong Kong pairing. And another one with a little bit of assistance from the net just to help them get that 2-point differential at this point in time. Wong to serve though, 2-4. Still on serve. And wonderful attack and forehand there from the younger Lee. Jinshuan Lee not able to contain that pace of ball coming straight back at her after two very quick shots. 3-4. And again, strong forehand open from the smaller Lee. Jinshuan Lee, however, trying to take the backhand, trying to cover the whole of that table with that backhand, and not able to get completely across the ball. All tied up, 4 each now in the fourth set. Strong placement on that push there from Wong of Hong Kong, sending that ball deep into the forehand corner rather than short. Ye Li was taking those short balls from the push very well. Struggling a bit more with the ones that are heading deep into the forehand. And another example of that deep forehand shot causing a lot of difficulty there. Tactical play there from the Hong Kong pair. A strong attack there from the Chinese Taipei pair, again attacking the hip of the Hong Kong players, trying to make it difficult for them to do those top spins that have been working so well for them up till now. And Jing Chuan Lee attacking a ball a little bit too far in front of herself on that one, going just a little bit long. Hong Kong have made the comeback now. Missing an opportunity at 7-5 up in the fourth to put that ball away. Even though they're holding the serve, 7-6. (8-6) now for the Hong Kong pair with the serve. And just clipping the top of the net and not quite making it over for Jing Chuan Lee. This point crucial here for the Chinese Taipei pair. No timeouts left, remember. And wonderful coordination and attack there from Lee and Lee of Chinese Taipei. Those girls working together to continually attack the middle of the Hong Kong players, doing everything they can to put those balls away and keep themselves in the match. 7-9 now with the serve, needing both of these points to bring it back to 9-all. And 1 out of the 2 required service points there. 8-9 now with the serve. Strong decision making from the Chinese Taipei pair. However, just getting a little bit tangled up in their side-to-side movement on that last one. This gives the Hong Kong China team 2 match points on the serve. 10-8 in the fourth. And that ball clipping the back of the edge. 10-9, however. Second match point now. And another match point saved by the Lee girls. Incredible composure from the Chinese Taipei team to tie things up at 10-all here in this fourth set. Match point now for the third time, and the Chinese Taipei team show their composure again, coming back off a match point, tying things up at 11 points all. Controlled play from the Chinese Taipei players, bringing things back for their first set point for this fourth set. 11-12 with the serve. And PK Wong again pulls out an absolutely scintillating forehand straight through the middle of the table, keeping things alive for the Hong Kong pair, and 12 all. Neither team here really wanting to take an unnecessary risk. Both players moving side to side, trying to cover every available angle. Hong Kong, China with their 4th match point now. And they do it. 14-12 in the 4th set. Wong and Wong from Hong Kong, China cause the upset over the Li and Lee from Chinese Taipei in their group round of the women's doubles. Now with a round robin, anything can happen. Any matches, lost or won between anybody, can affect the end result. Quite an upset there for the Hong Kong, China team. And thank you for joining us today on the live stream here at the Virtus Oceania Asian Games here in Brisbane. We'll join you back tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. for the closure of all of our doubles matches as well as the medals.
dream come true. The energy in the building is infectious.
We are so excited for day two's action.
To be amongst champions.
Let's get ready to go racing.
It's a 1-point game.
Well done. What a swim.
Taking out the gold.
This is going to be a great race.
What a play there.
They won't stop him.
Huge defensive play there.
He is going for it here. Can he hang on here? World record.
One of those remarkable races. Listen to this crowd.
What a swim this is.
Just extraordinary.
It's going to go right down to the wire, stroke for stroke.
This is going to be close. By a whisker down to the touch he does.
Last couple of strokes. Who's going to get a touch?